live on YouTube now. It's preparing, so it's just a moment. Okay, we're on.
Thank you, Millie. Good evening, everybody. This is the Town of New Shorehams. The agenda for Wednesday, May 19th, 2021 at 6:30. The New Shoreham Town Council is meeting via Zoom pursuant to State of Rhode Island Executive Order 20-46, dated June 12th, 2020. We don't have the bandwidth to support a video link for members of the general public, so to participate or quote, raise your hand on your phone by pressing *9 and mute and unmute by pressing *6. To participate, please raise your hand on your phone, state who you are and by pressing 9, and we'll be good to go that way. So item number 1 is discuss and act on contract negotiations between the Town of New Shoreham, Rhode Island and International Brotherhood of Police Officers, Local 720, representing members of the New Shoreham Police Department. This discussion may be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 4246-5A2. Session pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation. Mary Ann, I will ask when to close session. Thank you. I got you. You're muted, but
Yeah,
thank you.
there you go.
Thank you.
It was very clear what you were saying.
I will make a motion that we go into closed session on item number 1.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Mark,
Aye.
Keith,
Yes, sir.
Martha. Martha, you in favor of closed session?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
That's okay. And Sven.
Yes.
I'm in favor. Motion will carry 5-0. If there's anything to repeat on the subject when we come back into open session, we will do so at that time. So with that, we will see you guys in closed session.
I know. I think I'm gonna fix that too. Sure do. Hold on.
Hello, are we in the waiting room?
You're not, you're out of the waiting room. You're actually in the meeting. It's just that the town council is in closed session at this time. And
Oh, thank you, Millie.
yeah, they'll
Thank
be,
you. I didn't realize they were in closed session.
yeah,
Thank you. I'll sit tight.
yes, thank you.
Millie, just let me know when we have everybody.
Will do.
Thank you.
You're all set, Honor. Everybody's here.
Thank you. Okay. I'd like to make an announcement that no votes were taken in the closed session on item number 1, and I'll make a motion to seal the minutes.
Second?
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Martha? Mark, we'll come back to Martha. Sven?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
I'm in favor. Martha?
Aye. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Thank you so much. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 2. All right, so here we are, New Shoreham Town Council agenda, Wednesday, May 19th, 2021, 7 p.m. We have Warden's report, and I would sadly like to announce that we are no longer allowed under the open meetings laws to conduct Warden's report. We are going to try to, I know, it's an unannounced, things that are said in the wardens, even though they are I'm actually giving one now. An announcement. I'm actually
Throw
giving
'em
an
in jail.
announcement right now. It's not an itemized of what would be in warden's report, so we were told that that's not a legal item for an agenda. So in the future, if we have anything to report, I think we'll have Mary Ann or something like that. We're trying to figure that out. But I'm sorry to say that we will no longer be having warden's report. And I'm going to probably be going to jail just for giving one. But I would like to, does anybody have any public comment for us this evening? I can turn off my microphone and call in public. Seeing none, we'll move on to number 1 on the agenda of the regular meeting, and that is to discuss and act on the possible amendment to the Emergency Ordinance 2 of the Town of New Shoreham, adopted May 27th, 2020, as amended pertaining to communal housing and other issues during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mary Ann, I believe where we left this communal housing issue, you have an update on that? And you're muted.
I am, and I'm muting myself.
Thank you.
This particular ordinance, if you look at it there, a lot of the provision of this ordinance has been what I call sunset, for lack of a better term, because they all date specific. They all said calendar year 2020. They all said extended to June 30th, 2020. Everything said 2020. There are 3 parameters of this ordinance that are outside the calendar-driven piece of it. And it's number 1 is all persons on Block Island should fully comply with all federal, state, and local emergency directive and other orders as shall be from time to time amended. And then the other one was a violation of any provision of this emergency ordinance is punishable by fine not exceeding $500 or imprisonment not exceeding 30 days. Each day, any violation of this emergency ordinance shall constitute a separate offense. And the last is number 6. The New Shoreham Police Department is instructed to enforce the provision of this emergency ordinance. So those are the only provisions that are still what we call active in that particular ordinance. And once we get into the second ordinance, you'll understand why we need to keep those there in place. If I think you're going to do what we anticipate doing this evening as it relates to the mask ordinance.
Oh, okay. Number 1 is, is communal housing.
Right. And that's what's in the communal housing. There was all date specific. And those dates have sunset. They were all talked about calendar year 2020. Some had June 30th, 2020. So all the provision of this ordinance sunset at the end of December 31st, 2020.
Comments, council? Go ahead, Sven.
I think by the time we get through the next one, it'll all tie out. But I
Right.
hear Mary Ann basically saying that other than those 3 points, we're basically following the state now, which is what we all basically agreed to and talked about. So I guess, Marianne, are you saying that we should keep these three and therefore keep the ordinance? Or do
Keep the
they,
ordin-
or,
Keep the
Mhm.
ordinance the way it is, because what
Yeah.
needs to be addressed has been taken care of based on the dates that we put in the ordinance.
good,
So leave this ordinance on the books as the way it is for the time being.
which is somewhat white bread. I mean, it's good safety precautions.
Keith?
Sorry, I think I'll wait. I thought we were going to talk about communal housing, which I think we had agreed was kind of the one concern was, you know, what employers are doing with, you know, in their hiring in terms of,
Thank you, Keith. That's what I thought. I thought after our last meeting,
yeah,
the discussion was centered around meeting with the doctor and, you know, coming up with what was happening with communal living.
Right.
And I remember I had asked, you know, the doc, and I see he's here. So doc, if you want to speak up in a minute, what, if we were following the state on communal living guidelines, what were those guidelines and how are we applying them here? Do we have anything on that?
I'm not familiar or have anything on guidelines as it relates to the state guidelines with communal living. I don't think there's anything out there
Okay.
in that regard.
Is Tom, can I ask Tom Moorcup to join?
Hi,
Hi, Tom.
I can agree with that. There doesn't seem to be any state guidelines regarding communal living other than they are putting out data regarding both the American Academy of Pediatrics that all unvaccinated 12 to 15-year-olds and all children under 12 need to have masks on indoors. So if there are family units in communal housing, there would be some guidelines there indirectly.
What about the employee housing? I think that's what we were talking about at the last meeting. I mean, didn't go ahead.
I would say that many of the provisions that we put in last year, I think still make a lot of sense now, even more. Some of the recent data is that the dominant variants, the B167 and 168, are 2.5 times more resistant to antibodies generated by the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, even though they are standing up to disease. I get very concerned. I get concerned that when we let the guard down, people take it as complete liberty. So I think their large employers should still have a provision of what they're going to do if they have someone that tests positive, based on our experience of last year with the anxiety that creates for those employers and employees. I don't like Councilman Stover said last time, I'm not so sure they need to keep a room open, but I do think they need to have a plan if there were to be an event.
Right. Go ahead, Sven.
Oh,
No?
no,
Oh, okay. I remember that, have you been working with some of these organizations on their employee housing? Because I know that was going on last summer, you know, guidance wise. Is any of that discussion going on this summer or?
I have not been participating in anything. I'm not aware that any of those discussions have had new venues.
All right, thank you. Because I think that's what I think we needed. We were trying to figure out at the last meeting was, and Keith, maybe if you can help out, because I think you were talking about it quite, you know.
yeah. I mean, I think everybody had the same concern, and that is what Dr. Workup just talked about, which is, you know, what is happening with these, you know, for Block Island large employers and their hiring, and are they, you know, requiring vaccines? Are they, you know, in fact, by the way, I was, everybody knows that PD Hunter has sort of been it has always been, you know, a person at the hardware store who has a lot of contact with with a large number of people, and especially a lot of workers. And she was, she was sort of saying today, that she's concerned that, about whether we have the ability as a town to try to facilitate vaccinations for some of the folks who are starting work and who are living in those, especially in those congregate group living situations. But I think it's the thing. It's not unique to me. I don't think. I think everybody's concerned about that, and I think it would be worthwhile for us before Memorial Day to really kind of try to focus on it. My bet is businesses all have a plan. I mean, we're well over a year into it. And my bet is, they got their acts together and they've got it figured out. But I just don't know what that means.
Thanks, Keith. Go ahead, Tom.
To piggyback on that point, so I heard from Britton Bates today, who's the Rhode Island EMA department individual. She and their team has gone through every single member that put a BI address from the winter and spring signups, and all those individuals have been contacted. But the June 3rd is our next vaccination date with Moderna, and there are 15 appointments available right now. I did go on to the Rhode Island Vaccinate.org site right prior to the meeting. There's 15 available slots. So I think that if there are businesses or individuals that have a need or a want for their for their Moderna vaccines, the website's available. And I think that the partners of the EMA, they also recommended that if they were to contact us at the medical center, if there's individuals that are looking for their second Pfizer vaccine, they would be interested in developing something at a later date. So I do think we have partners that are willing to continue to come out here and vaccinate throughout the season. And I think we should just make sure that we use the available resources. And I think often we hear issues like, well, the website isn't working, but I just checked 10 minutes ago and it works perfectly. To take advantage of the 15 slots that are available. They actually had to throw out some vaccine the other day. So that was very unfortunate. So I know that there's often a call for a need, but that need is not being completely utilized, or the resources aren't being completely utilized. So please make yourself available
So
if you're interested.
Thanks.
If I can add to that, at the last meeting, Jess Willie was on, and she mentioned about the Tourism Council in the chamber. I just reached out to Jess Willie the next day, the next couple of days, and they are working with the chamber, and they're working with the chamber and also Representative Filippi to have a date towards the latter part of May for vaccinations strictly for employees, and it was going to be pretty much an all-day event. I also am familiar with one employer on the island that was looking to do their own all-day vaccination for their staff outside of this. Bill McComb is on the meeting. He also has been instrumental and involved with this. Bill, do you have anything to add as to the vaccination for the employees, the workers?
Yes, I do. And we had talked about this, about having a 1 day. And my concern with that is we have 1 day and that's great. And then 2 weeks later, 3 more people come, 5 people come, 50 people come, and so forth. What we're leaning towards was continuing at the fire bond on a weekly basis, whether it's 50 or we have to increase it, and we sustain it as we go through. I don't want people to think that, oh, I'm going to wait until the end of the month. I want to wait for this date. If your employees have not had a vaccination before they come to the island, which you should encourage them to do, then they should immediately sign up for an appointment up at the fire bond. And if they have a problem signing up because they can't get on, or maybe they don't have a computer, physically walk up on a Thursday and they will assist you to sign up for the following week, or if they have anything left, they would help you there, or for the following week. So I think the thing is, we want people to not wait for a scheduled day, because we're much better off having a weekly vaccination at the fire barn where we're doing it, because it's already in place. People know the system, including the people coming out, and we can sustain it for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, whatever it might be. But it's only going to be sustained if people sign up and there's a need. So if people don't sign up and they don't come up for need, and we don't we have 3, 4, 5, or 10 people because people are waiting, it's going to really, it's going to distort what the actual number is. So I
Right.
can't stress enough to people to please come up and not wait for a day that might or might not happen.
Thank
Great
you, Ben.
point.
Sven, I see a hand up.
Okay. So last meeting, Dr. Workup, we talked about the fact that at least I didn't really necessarily want to require a quarantine room per se, but I was under the impression that there was going to be a reach out to all the businesses just to, one, make sure there was a clear point person, that there was a plan, and that there was linkage between the medical center and the businesses. And that's sort of when the discussion with Jess or the chamber came up. And I guess maybe somewhere between the town and the medical center, so Marianne and Dr. Workup, it would seem to me that a contact process, there is a document, or quote unquote document that relates each business's plans if somebody were to get sick, and how they're dealing with employees as they come onto the island about everything Bill just talked about. It's a little bit of a one-pager COVID 2021 page that will have a contact for that business, that will have a phone number, and they understand the resources and the people to contact should somebody be sick or they have questions. Is that something, Marianne, I guess that the town could prepare, or is that do you think that's a chamber discussion? Is it?
Well, what I can do is reach out to Laws tomorrow, ask him to survey his members and see what they have in place. I have heard a couple of employers that did say to me, I'm telling people who are coming out here to work, they must be vaccinated. If they don't get vaccinated, they're not going to be allowed to work. So let me see what the chamber has. And for all I know, Laz may have already had that conversation with them. So let me do that. And then based on that information I get, I can chat with Dr. Walcott. And if we think we need to put something in place between now and Memorial Day, we'll just go put something in place and direct the employers to do that. We will do that.
And if I can just one last follow up, I think there's also part of that is making sure that all the employers know, okay, this is the number to call if it's Dr. Workup or emergency. Like, what is the process that when if somebody were to get sick, who do they call first? And just making sure that all the employers know that, so that we can manage resources.
Thanks, Sven. Anybody else have any comments for the doctor? I see some people in the public have their hand up. Brad Martins? Brad, I see your hands up. Oh, there you go. You're unmuted now.
Okay. I just wanted to point out most of the businesses did put forth a plan in 2020, a COVID plan that probably can be easily modified for this year. We already have done that, and I'm sure a lot of businesses have. And as far as the communal living going, we did approach the state. There are no mandates on that, but we are requiring anyone that comes to work for our business on the island has to have a 24-hour COVID test. I can't require them to have a vaccine. I think that you've got people for religious reasons and that sort of thing that do not, but then we have certain requirements for them and how they're going to conduct themselves. But as far as the communal living, which is what brought this up, there is no state guidelines for that. We've already reached out to the state as well. So other than what we are already doing, which is not too dissimilar to what we did last year for safety's sake.
Thanks, Brad. Go ahead, Doc.
Thanks for Brad for bringing that up. I just might as well get out in front of this and say that the medical center will not be able to manage large requests for COVID testing. We were able to manage a lot of things last year, but really we're going to redirect everybody to the fire barn for Tuesdays and Thursdays. We do not have the manpower, especially with the increased volumes that we have when there is a potential outbreak. We often will get calls from employers and employees having a variety of symptoms or pseudo symptoms in order to try to get a test. We will not be able to accommodate that. we'll be asking you to redirect to the fire bond. So if somebody says, I think I was exposed at 2 o'clock on Tuesday, they will not be getting a test at 3 o'clock on Tuesday. They'll have to wait till the next available testing site time, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Thank you, Doc. Anybody else on communal living? Martha?
No, I don't have anything to add. I did feel like things were getting very scattered. I thought we were doing really, really well out here and staying focused. And I just began to feel like everybody wanted to be a hero. And that's a real good way for things to go south fast. I think, I don't know how to put this. We all know Brad Martin and his wife run a responsible operation. They always have. I don't think, I hope everybody else lives up to that standard. I know we've got a lot of really good employers out here. I hope everybody follows that. I think people were careful last summer, and I think a lot of us feel like the doctor does that. There's a sense of we don't have to worry about this anymore. That's very frightening.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Martha. Anybody else from public or council have any comments on communal living? Seeing none, item number 2, discuss and act on possible amendment to the emergency ordinances 3 of the town of New Shoreham adopted June 24th, 2020, masks as amended pertaining to the COVID-19 pandemic. Masks, we've seen some change there.
What a mess.
Yep. Marianne, you want to let us?
Well, yeah, a mess is a good way to put it. As you all know, that CDC came out with something last week. Most people were caught off guard and didn't anticipate that coming. And then the governor came out with his decision and on Friday, effective, I guess at midnight, 12:01 yesterday morning, Tuesday morning was it, regarding the new protocol for mask wearing. The town currently still has a mask ordinance in effect. I'm of the opinion that I don't think we can keep this in effect as it is and meet the expectations based on what's coming out with the CDC and also with the governor. With that said, we do need to be careful because with the summer coming, we do have a potential of a blossom of cases. That is real. That's based on my conversation with Dr. Walcott. I'm not sure what the pleasure of the council is at this point in regard to the mask wearing. If we do decide to go with the state and comply with what the state's doing going forward, that's why this ordinance can be revoked. And the ordinance that we just discussing with items number 1, where all persons in Block Island should fully comply with federal and state regulations, will cover us. And also, if people don't comply with that, there is the fining and also the police department enforcement. I was on a call with the governor's office with other city and town managers last Friday, and one manager raised the question, if a private business chooses to state or have a policy that you need to wear a mask in their establishment, Director Liz Tanner of DBR said, it's no different than no shirts, no shoes, no service. Businesses can enact any policies they want as it relates to their establishment. So some businesses on Block Island, if the council moves forward with following what the state's doing, they can decide that they want folks to wear masks in their establishments, and they're more than able to do that. So it is an interesting spot where we are at this point.
So I get that, but can you clarify, or maybe it's not, so if people require this in their businesses and on the island, and somebody walks in and they're refusing masks, it's not do they call the police? Right.
It's no different than no shirts, no service, whatever they do in a situation like that.
I just wanted that.
That's what we've been advised by DBR.
Okay, I just wanted that to be clear.
And that's what DBR is going to be telling all the local businesses too.
Okay,
I have another call on Friday. Things may change, but I don't think so.
okay. Sven?
I know.
Just to reiterate that for a second, I think if I can speak for our business specifically, I think at least in the store and on tours, we're going to require masks. And if that means that somebody doesn't want to wear a mask, then we'll ask them to leave. If they don't leave and it becomes an issue, that then is a police issue, not about masks necessarily, but it's about private business practices. And that's a decision that each and every business can make on their own. So to your question, Andre, I think the police would be called in if it becomes an altercation on any case, right? On any
No, I
case, like,
understand. Yeah, no, I understand that. I just wanted it to be abundantly clear that it's not an enforceable town thing because of the state change.
Right.
Tom Morcup, Martha, did you have a comment?
I have a question. It was my understanding that mass transit was mass was still required.
I was going to ask the doctor. Yeah, the doctor's on. I was going to ask him to run through what this all means.
Yeah, a couple stats for you guys as you deliberate. Two really good ones and really sad ones. That 58.7% of all Rhode Islanders have been fully vaccinated. That's terrific. And our 7-day positivity rate is all the way down to 1.7%. We're the last in the region of Connecticut and Massachusetts. But the sad part is Rhode Island is second per capita for the number of cases, and we're fourth in per capita for number of deaths. We're only behind New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. So it's still very real for a lot of people. And I know that everybody's very anxious to get out there and be liberal, but I think it's going to be a difficult needle to thread when you think about children are supposed to be wearing masks, but potentially their adult parents don't have to be. But I do think we need to have caution. Public, I think the trend is very much how Sven put it. Private businesses should be able to have the latitude to enforce it as they see fit, and all public venues still very much are requiring masks. And I think that's just good sound sense, because I think that this is not an area where New Shoreham wants to be on the front wave of the first blossom. I'd rather wait and see how things pan out as people start to get a bit more liberal. But we do have the outdoors and the sunshine, and the outdoors are going to convey a lot of protection. It's just the indoors, really, as you deliberate.
Thank you. Go ahead, Keith.
But that takes me back to the boat, because what I was talking about public transportation.
As of yesterday, they were still requiring it.
Okay, thanks. That's what I was asking.
Keith?
I was just wondering what Dr. Workup's advice was regarding repeal of this mask ordinance or substituting a different mask ordinance.
I think on the outdoors, that conveys a lot of protection. I think we learned a lot from what didn't happen last year in the outdoor, large, crowded venues on the island, which was really helpful. I think we're still vulnerable when these variants that are more infectious and transmissible are now potentially reconfined, and we have people visiting the island. And I hope the employers require it. Those employers that require the vaccinations are showing some sort of proof of that vaccination. I think that there's a kind of fine line between the honor system and making sure that that is a valid safety precaution that's taken. I am with Brad's point about people that have religious objections. Obviously, those individuals are the ones most at risk. But again, we want to remind everybody that if vaccines are not 100%, we already are seeing breakthrough cases. Those individuals have cases are not going to get serious disease, but you don't get to choose how somebody else reacts when they get COVID. And I think this is an area where we just want to try to respect each other as much as we can.
Thanks, Tom. Much agreed. Marianne, I mean, I know individual businesses and whatnot. I just want to be clear, like, I've had some parents, I've spoken to some parents who are concerned that kids can't get vaccinated in the playground. They're concerned about people on the playground without masks. And obviously young kids cannot get the vaccine right now. So I don't want to go outside of what the state does, but I'm just wondering if there's been any thought in that, different departments in the town. What's the town going to do with their departments?
We're going to follow whatever is enacted
Okay.
with the council or the state. We'd have no choice.
Do we have, I don't think you'd have the answer.
Right now, everyone, based on the ordinance that is before you this evening, I'm telling you, everyone in town hall and outside of town hall or coming into town hall all still have their mask on.
I agree. Okay. Martha?
Nothing else.
You're lit.
What?
You said you were lit. Your square was lit up.
Oh, well, wait a minute. What about the playground? I didn't understand that.
Kids, like the young kids can't get.
Why is the town any different from a business? And can't the town say, if we don't want anybody in the playground who isn't wearing a mask?
We could, but do we want to? I don't know what the rules are for playgrounds. I've only gotten some calls from parents that are concerned about, the playground thing where the kids can't get vaccinated. So I don't know what the rules are for playgrounds.
I think the concern more is that, it's the people coming in from the outside and you don't have any idea who they are or what's going on or how they've been living.
Okay.
But it's the playground has been brought up more than once.
So what do we do with go ahead, Keith?
For some reason, I'm feeling really funny about just outright repeal of this mask ordinance. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but just sort of as I don't know. I feel like I'm substituting my judgment for what the right thing to do is with the science and medicine. I feel like I just heard Dr. Workup saying that we need to be especially vigilant still when it comes to indoors, I don't know. It just feels funny to out and out repeal, but I know what I read in the newspapers every day. That's the extent of my scientific understanding of this. I don't know. I'll stop rambling. I don't know.
I think what the doctor
feels funny.
Yeah, and I know what Tom's saying. We had questions in the fall. I remember I had the conversation with him, like, how was it that we never really heard of anybody getting sick?
Right.
With all the crowds that we had, and whatever the answer to that was, they leave, they get registered in wherever they, to their hometown. But then we started seeing issues, spotty issues on the island in late October. And that's when people started getting colder out and people were going inside. So I think that's what Tom was saying. I see that he's back, was that, like I said, the fresh air is good. And that's probably why I think repealing the one we have, I think basically says the same thing the states does. It did say, would I want to go down the road of requiring them and the state not? No, because then Matt Moynihan's going to need the National Guard. Am I happy with people outside not wearing them? I think I kind of am. I'm willing to take that chance because we know more than what we did. Inside, again, I think it'll be up to the individual owner. It's just these public places that we have control over. What do we want to do with that? Sven, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say the biggest point to me is, and I agree very much with Marianne, that the last week has been a pretty big swing from the CDC and the state and everybody. But I have to believe that the state knows as much, if not more, than I do about this. And to Dr. Workout's point, outdoors versus indoors, and then it becomes a business decision. And I just don't want to put, I want to be very, very realistic about enforcement. And many of us on the council have lived through times where it was really tough. And so I just really want to make sure that if we're going to have an ordinance on the books, then we look to enforce it. And I want to make sure that that's well crafted. This one, I would rather follow the state on personally, because I think they know more than I do. And then as a business, we hope that the businesses will be conservative, especially in their own businesses.
I mean, and the public also has the opportunity of not going into a place if they're not and not requiring masks. I don't want to be a nanny, but I also
want to be safe.
You know, it's the places like that we, you know, and I don't have enough information about the playgrounds myself right now, so I don't know. Go ahead, Doctor.
Regarding the playgrounds, I think the risk is extremely low. You have UV radiation, kills virus particles. You have the fresh air. Kids are out running around. I think it's the benefits are far higher than the risks that could be conveyed. And again, it's up to the parents' choice if they feel like they would like their child to wear a mask, protect themselves. But I don't think there's a huge risk, and I think it's difficult to enforce. But I think there's not a huge risk for anybody outdoors, especially in the sunshine and the wind. I think it's extremely minimal. It's really when people are 3 deep in an indoor establishment that really worries me more than anything. Because I know that despite when we get the positive, not if, when we get the positive, the anxieties that it created in the phone calls that I got and the cascade of events that happens after that, all the calmness that we have right now seems to go out the window. A lot of it comes into, but I have to keep my business up and running. Do I shut it down? Do I not shut it down? How about the ones that I saw yesterday? And it was a very repeatable anxiety event. And I think if there are ways that we can improve that by just making reasonable steps, it seems reasonable to me.
And
outdoors, no problem.
And reasonable steps to you would be?
I think if businesses can be allowed to be conservative and have the backing of our community, that if they choose to stay safe and conservative, I think that's very reasonable. And for public indoor events like maybe like town hall, et cetera, that we would continue to be role models to say mask wearing makes a lot of sense and it's not that much, it's not that intrusive. I think we're all pretty used to it by now. But if you're walking outside on Water Street or out on the beach, you don't need to wear a mask.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Marianne. And then Marianne, go ahead.
I was going to take a crack at this ordinance I have here based on the discussion, so I'll wait for the council to finish.
Mark?
The only point I want to make is just to state the obvious that the majority of the people who visit us in the summer are from different states, and they all have different requirements and ordinances and the such. So we're going to have to be somewhat tolerant in that case. A comparison I could make is when motorcyclists come over here from another state that don't have the helmet law for the passenger. And it's an educational process where the officers have to pull them to the side and say, you're in the state of Rhode Island, now your passenger has to wear a helmet. So there's going to be a little give and take because of the multiple states we're going to be dealing with all summer long.
Thanks, Mark. Go ahead, Marianne.
Well, keep in mind, we've had these ordinances on the agenda and we'll continue doing it. So if we do something this evening, June is right around the corner. So keep that in mind. So the ordinance regarding the masks, the first sentence states, all persons on Block Island who are in a place open to the public, whether indoors or outdoors, shall cover their mouths, nose with a mask or cloth face covering. We can just strike outdoors if that's what I'm starting to hear from the council. It says face coverings are not required for people who can easily, continually, and measurably maintain at least 6 feet of distance from other people, except as specified in the following 2 paragraphs. Following 2 paragraph talks about all persons on Block Island who are in the following locations should cover their noses and mouths with a mask or cloth face covering, regardless of whether they can maintain 6 feet. All persons in grocery stores, pharmacies, other retail places of business, and all persons providing and using the service of any taxi car. I can read what that says. Livery, ride sharing, vehicle launch or similar service or any means of public transit. So do you feel comfortable keeping number 2 the way it is? In this, if that's what I'm starting to hear?
Marianne, a question on the first sentence there, the state by law, do they require masks indoors? Because you only eliminated outdoors, right?
But I eliminated only outdoors because that's what I'm starting to hear from the council. I'm trying to facilitate the conversation a little bit by
Right.
looking at the ordinance that's in place and seeing if you want to do some changes. That's
I mean,
where
my-
I am right now. My mind is not with the state anymore because I'm not hearing that this evening.
Well, I guess my question is, isn't that up to the businesses in ask or requiring for, that's a business decision versus the town mandating it as a business decision? So for example, if Northlight Fibers decides to not decides to require masks, that's our decision versus the town is requiring me to force that decision.
So
I
I've
would
heard
rather
both sides
not
this
have-
evening.
Yeah, I personally rather not. I'd rather follow the state.
Okay, I'll leave it to the council then. I was trying to facilitate a conversation here.
And just to be clear, I feel the same way Ken does. I'm just trying to get the information from, the doctor and the discussion I had
Yeah.
as a group here. I would love to leave this up to the individual businesses and the patrons of those businesses if they feel safe going in. Leave it up to people to decide what they want to do, as well as the businesses. I'm happy to sunset this. I really am. I just wanted Tom's opinion on that. And that's all. I do it with caution, but I think it's time. It's been a year. I will say that I do think the state is doing this too soon, but I'm willing to go along with it. Keith, do you have anything?
Yeah, I just had, I thought, Marianne, I appreciate, I think that's a productive and practical way to have this conversation. What I liked that I heard from Dr. Workup is the town itself modeling the indoor behavior. So, making clear, and I'm happy to work on a redraft if you want of this ordinance that really focuses on how the town is going to behave when you are going indoors in town facilities. If that was, I mean, I'm comfortable with that, and then people can make their own decisions about whether, I can't imagine, for example, that the grocery store is going to all of a sudden drop the mask requirement. That would concern me. And probably the grocery store would be the only one. I'm sure there's another that I'm not thinking of, but because people need to be able to go to the grocery store and feel comfortable going to the grocery store, I'm sort of in that place where I think we should be modeling the behavior in our government buildings and et cetera. That's my feeling about it.
Keith, if I might add, I'm not sure that would need an ordinance. Maybe that could be a policy.
Yeah, I mean, whatever that looks like, Andre. I wasn't.
I agree that we should put something out there if we're going to go down that route.
But Andre, can I build on that though? Because I think actually your point, Andre, was spot on, which is if we didn't make an ordinance, but we said we are going to require that in town hall as sort of quote unquote role and model. I think that helps the businesses do that too, versus the ordinance saying we have to do it. Because I think that would show businesses that we have the guts to tell people, safety first. Precaution.
Well, when's the town hall going to be open? It's kind of an irrelevancy, honestly, in the town hall.
That's a
Glenn,
good question.
Martha, you
that
can't see
question.
the faces, but everybody's smiling.
Here he is coming.
I'm just saying what everybody else is thinking.
Thank you, Martha.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I'm hearing though that you want all town employees to continue to wear masks. That's what I've heard.
Yeah. I didn't see it. It's not-
Indoor.
Indoor?
Right, indoors.
Well,
Indoors.
You know,
well,
what would be the drawback of that?
There is, I just want to be clear because when we get to my report, you'll be hearing that the first week of June, we're opening town hall. So
Great.
we will be doing that. So what I'm hearing is in town hall, you want masks to be maintained by employees and those coming into town hall.
Yes.
Yes, it's a policy, not an ordinance. It is our decision as a town that we're requiring that for our building or town hall.
go ahead,
I
Mark.
mean, does that make sense to people? You know.
Makes sense to me.
Andre, what about the town beach house? What about the town transfer station? They're town related.
Right. Again, I'm fine with let the businesses do as they see fit.
Town Beach is going to have to follow town hall. I can't have different departments doing different things.
Right.
All town facilities and staff will be wearing masks, will be required to wear masks, and those people visiting those areas.
I think the bright line is indoor or outdoor for me.
Yeah, it's indoor. I'm not thinking outdoors.
Yeah.
If someone's outside of town hall, yeah.
Or if the road crew is doing weed whacking, they don't necessarily need to wear it out in the middle of a road.
No, that's outdoor. That's outdoor. It's only indoors, which is what we've been doing right along. Well, they've been wearing them outdoors too. But
I on the surface, I'm not really comfortable with making our employees do this, but I don't want to make that decision tonight. I want to sit on that because this is the time I'm hearing about it, and we that wouldn't be part of the mask ordinance anyway.
So you was looking to put on it?
That's, I don't think that has that we don't have to decide that tonight, do we? Mask ordinance? I don't think so.
Well, we can decide to not have the ordinance, but town of New Shore policy by the town manager is up, that's a different discussion.
That can be a different discussion. Can we have that at a different time? Because I'm not prepared to have that. I'd like to get some input from those affected first. So what's the pleasure on mask ordinance? Sunset?
Sunset.
I'm comfortable with that. And going by the state, correct? Okay, so how would that motion read?
if I'm not mistaken, Kathy, they are to revoke the ordinance. Is that how they go about this? A motion to revoke the ordinance?
Yes, because unlike the prior ordinance, which only applied in most instances to the calendar year 2020, this one does not have a similar provision. So, I mean, we can kind of colloquially use the word sunset, but there really is no sunset provision in this ordinance. The ordinance continues in full force and effect until revoked by the town council. So the motion would be in order to revoke this emergency ordinance 3 of the town of New Shoreham adopted June 24th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. All right, then I'll make a motion to revoke the emergency ordinance 3 of the town of New Shoreham adopted June 24th, 2020 regarding masks as amended pertaining to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. Is there any discussion from the council? Any more discussion from the council? Or does the public have any comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
With this revocation, we still have to comply with state mandates, correct?
Yes. One more time, any comments from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor? Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
And Sven?
I,
Keith?
Yes.
I'm in favor. Motion carries to revoke the mask ordinance by a vote of 5-0. Public hearing, hold on. Number 3, public hearing on proposed change.
Andre?
Yep.
I'm sorry, just can we in early June or however, whenever the next meeting is, or what scheduled meeting, can we have on the agenda about, or at least hear from the town manager what the policy is for the town? I want to make sure the town employees are comfortable, and I just don't want to go for a month or two. Because I think you brought up a really good point. So if we can do that at the next scheduled meeting, that would be great.
Marianne?
Do you want me to hold off on then implementing the policy till you folks have the opportunity to see it, or do you want me to move forward with it now?
No, I'm fine to move forward with it. I just want to
Okay.
make sure. No, I'm very happy.
Okay,
Thank you. I just don't want to.
Moving forward means bringing something to us at the next meeting.
no, my head moving forward is to enact the policy now. Or do you folks want to see the policy first?
I would like to see a policy first. I'd like to
Okay.
actually, like I said, I will, but for you to actually have the conversation with the staff and see,
Okay,
I would like to bring it, I would say bring a policy to us that we could review and vote on.
okay.
Okay? Is that okay?
No.
Martha?
I would say endorse or something like that.
Well, exactly, indoors. And I think that's
Indoors.
No, endorse. To endorse a policy.
indoor, yeah.
If the manager has a policy, we would be endorsing it, not, it's words, but words are
Support.
important. Endorse.
Number 3.
Unless everybody wants to read that is indoors, then we'll change it.
They may be interchangeable in this case.
So no
just hope we get
policy until the council endorses it. I'm clear.
Number 3 on the 23-item agenda is a public hearing on proposed change to the New Shore Comprehensive Plan pursuant to request from the Planning Board. Change the future land use map designation for Plat 18, Lot 2-3, from low-density residential to medium-density residential. The amendment may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising as a result of further study or because of the views expressed at the public hearing. Any alteration, or amendment must be presented for comment in the course of the hearing. Who wants to start this off?
So Allison Ring, the town planner, is here with us this evening. So she will take over and present you what's before you for the public hearing. Allison?
Thank you, Marianne. Allison?
Here she is.
Evening. So this is an application by the Block Island Housing Board. So I believe Cindy Pappas is here, so she may want to present the merits of the application, but I will pass along that the planning board did review the application during its meeting last month and, well, May 12th, and held a public hearing and voted to approve the future land use map amendment for Plat 18, Lot 2-3, to change it from low density residential to medium density residential. The parcel is not located in an area of low density residential development, and it is sewer and water. It's within the sewer and water districts. The dimensional standards for the zoning well, I guess I'll go back. So originally, the zoning map amendment, the zoning district amendment, the reason this came up for a comp plan amendment is that we want to make sure that the comprehensive plan is consistent with your zoning ordinance. So in order to do that, we recommended that this change be made prior to considering the zoning district change for this lot. So once the town council holds a public hearing and adopts the future land use map change, it will become official, but it will go to the state, to statewide planning for a 30-day comment period. I've already spoke with the state. I don't anticipate any concerns since it's very minor. But I'll pass it on to the Block Island Housing Board if they want to discuss the application further. Or unless anyone has questions for me in regards to the planning board's review of this.
Council, any questions for the town planner this evening?
No, but thank you.
Okay, I'll be here in case anything comes up. Okay.
Cindy, thank you, Allison. Cindy Pappas?
Thank you again for hearing this issue. And on behalf of the Housing Board, we would ask for your approval to make the change in the comprehensive plan so that the lot is designated as a moderate density rather than the current low density status. We kind of went over all of the rationale for this. Allison has recapped it. We spoke of it last night. In the interest of time, I will not recap it again, but I'm certainly available for any questions.
No, we certainly thank you for your presentation the other night. It was very informative for us all, I think. Council, do you have any questions for Cindy Pappas? Is there anybody from the public who has any questions on this item? Seeing none, make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries to close the public hearing on the item by a vote of 5-0. I will make a motion to approve changing the future land use map designation for plat 18 lot 2-3 for low density residential to medium density residential.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. Any comment from the council? Any comment from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, Keith Stover?
Yes.
Sven Rism?
Aye.
Mark?
Yes.
Martha?
And for the record, I would also reference the meeting Cindy, the Housing Board Chair referenced, the public meeting between the council and the Housing Board last night, at which this was discussed. And the reasons for it were laid out in a public meeting.
Are you suggesting amending the motion?
No, I'm just giving my reasons for for it. I think we should have some kind of just a finding that it was deemed appropriate or something like that.
Right, because it was actually quite probably the shortest public hearing I've ever been. But we did meet with the Housing Board. We had a joint meeting the other night, and so that's what this was, in reference to this and other items. So, Martha, you're in favor. I'm in favor of the motion. The motion will carry 5-0. Next item on the agenda. Thank you so much, Cindy Pappas and Allison, for joining us.
Congratulations.
Thank you for this big step in our journey on the development of this parcel. Thanks so much for your support.
You're welcome. Anytime. Item number 4, public hearing on proposed amendments to the New Shoreham General Ordinance, Chapter 8, Section 8-161, increasing the allowed seating capacity for taxi cab from 12 to 14. The amendment may be altered or amended prior to the close of the public hearing without further advertising. As a result, And for the study or because of the views expressed in the public hearing, any alteration or amendment must be presented for comment in the course of the hearing. I do believe that the request of the taxi commission is Brad still here? Okay, Martha.
I am.
Hold on, Brad. Mark's got his hand out. Let me get Mark.
Before discussion starts, I will be recusing myself as the taxi license owner.
Thank you.
As will I.
Thank you, Martha. Brad, this was a change that was sent to the, first of all, I'd like to open the public hearing. And Brad, this 14, it's really 15, right?
It's 14 passengers, 15 including the driver, yes.
Okay, so does that need to be changed? Is there an issue with the way this is written?
I'll leave that up to Kathy, but it did go forward to you, not exactly the way we had approved it. We have been just talking from day one about it either being 15 passengers total, including the driver, or 14 passengers, 14 passengers plus a driver, total of 15.
Okay. Catherine, I mean, that's something we can change in the public hearing, isn't it?
Well, since I've been town solicitor, the town council has always taken the position that under the charter, the change that is made at the public hearing is substantive. It needs to be re-advertised. If it's a comma, spelling, or something that doesn't change the substance of it, that it can be done at the public hearing. As a practical matter, we are going to, when you get to number 11, we are going to need to advertise a change to the rule on multiple fares. So it really won't delay things by doing this, because we can lump it in with what we're going to need to do on number 11.
And we can do this rather quickly, before it starts getting busy.
Yes, I've already drafted what they need for number 11. We had a conference with Brad today, and that's the point-to-point program to make it clear under the ordinance that picking up multiple fares when other taxis are available will not be a violation of taxis that are actively engaged in the point-to-point program. So that's got to get advertised and done anyway, and they need both of those to move forward with the point-to-point program. So let's just do it the right way, and we can advertise both and have it all done at the same public hearing.
And that public hearing will be slated for June 16th.
Thank you.
Is June 16th timing-wise okay?
Yes.
We've been talking about this not going into effect till the latter part of June, so that's fine.
Okay, is Brad, thank you. As long as you're fine with that, and the group is good with that. Sven, go ahead.
I guess for everybody's edification, and I think we've all said this enough, but I will maybe clarify it again. It's 14 plus 1 is what I have always heard at these meetings. So whether you write it as 15 or 14 plus 1, does that matter, Kathy?
No, they're talking about the seating capacity, so that doesn't really matter if you're a driver or a passenger.
So 15 is it as seating capacity, and that's what we'll go through.
Correct.
I feel like we've been here a couple of times, so I just want to make sure it's clear. Thank you.
Yes.
So, Catherine, thank you for that. What do we do? Do we?
You don't need to take any action on this. We'll just re-advertise it along with the change that needs to be made to the ordinance on that, that says you can't have pick up multiple fares when other taxis are around. So everything that they need for the point-to-point program will all be heard on that same night. And you can't do one without the other anyway. So just making sure we dot all the I's and cross all the T's, and re-advertising this, it's going to need to be advertised anyway. So it won't affect when it goes into effect, if you will.
Okay. So with that being said, I will make a motion to close the public hearing. Seconded by Sven.
Second.
Sven, all those in favor, Mark. Hold on, let me amend that. I'm going to make my motion is to close the public hearing and not take any action on the item. So, second
Or
amendment.
aren't we continuing the public hearing?
Well, we are going to continue the public hearing June 16th. Okay, if we continue the public hearing, it doesn't have to be advertised? Is there enough time to advertise?
Yes.
Yeah, according to Molly, she did the calculations, and it's once a week for 3 weeks.
Okay, so I make a motion to continue the public hearing until June 16th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Motion has been made. Continue this public hearing until June 16th.
I'll second that one.
Okay, and I withdraw my other motion.
And I withdraw my other second.
And all those in favor of continuing to the 16th, Mark? Oh, he's not voting. He's in my screen though. Keith?
Yes.
Ben?
Yep.
And I'm in favor of that. Motion will carry 3-0 with 2 recusals, Mr. Manuel and Ms. Ball as taxi license holders. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing on proposed changes to the Town of New Shoreham General Ordinances, Article 4, Section 8-90, governing motorized cycle rental. Mary Ann, Kathy?
Okay, I'm sorry. Here it is. Okay, this proposal was presented to you folks some time ago where you made some minor language change. It is open for a vote from the council and a public hearing on it. So you can move forward like you've done with the other one, is open the public hearing.
Yeah. Make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Second by Sven. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
And Martha?
I was just opening the hearing, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes. Sorry.
I approve. Motion carries 5-0. Public hearing. Go ahead, Mary Ann.
Before you this evening is some minor language change to the motorized vehicles. Originally, the language said each licensee shall ensure that no passenger in front of the driver. The proposed language changes each licensee shall instruct any person renting a motorized bicycle, motorized tricycle, or motorized scooter that no passenger shall be carried in front of the driver. So instead of it says ensure that no passenger renting, it is now changed that they are to inform those renting. The same thing on the next page, it states no licensee may allow a person who is visibly intoxicated to operate or to be a passenger upon a motorized bicycle, tricycle, or scooter. The proposed language no licensee may rent a motorized bicycle, motorized tricycle, or motorized scooter to any person who at any time of the rental is visibly intoxicated.
Comments from the council? Or Kathy Marola, if you have any follow-up on that, that would be great.
No, I think that we discussed the language at the hearing when the council moved to move forward to put it on the public hearing. And I don't really have anything to add to that discussion.
Thank you. Any comments from the council? Any comments from the public? No comments from the council on motorized cycle rental? Okay, I
Do we
will.
have to stay specific just on these 2 items, or can we expand this discussion?
Catherine?
No, we have to stay specific on those items. So the motion must be confined to what was advertised in its current form.
I don't have a single problem with either one of these.
Okay. No one from the public? I will make a motion to close the public hearing. All those in favor? I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
And Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Sven?
Aye.
In favor, motion carries 5-0. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'm sorry. We're making, do you want a motion to approve the ordinance?
The ordinance or, yeah.
I would make a motion to approve the ordinance as drafted and heard.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Motion been made by Keith.
Do we actually need to say as heard from Kathy Morello, or it's a question?
I mean, it would be a little cleaner to make a motion to adopt the proposed changes to the Town of New Shoreham General Ordinances, Article 4, Section 8-90, as presented.
I would make a motion to adopt the changes to the Town of New Shoreham General Ordinances, Article 4, Section 8-90.
I second that motion and revoke my previous.
Motion has been made by Keith and seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Mark?
Aye.
Keith? Is he frozen?
Yes.
Okay, frozen. Martha?
I'm voting against it. I'm not opposed to the changes, and I would hope that they would happen anyway, but didn't vote in favor of the ordinance. I'm voting against it.
I'm also voting against it because I just don't feel as though that this has helped at all with the discussions that were ongoing. Same reason I voted against them in the past. So the motion carries with a vote of 3. Next item on the agenda is to set public hearing date for draft amendments to zoning regulations relating to the size and massing of residential structures and zoning ordinances, Section 514, residential structures in the RA and RB zones, and Section 111, general prohibitions. Does the clerk have a preferred date for this?
It's June 16th.
June 16th. I will make a motion to set the public hearing date for June 16th for the draft amendments to the zoning regulations relating to the size and massing of residential structures, zoning ordinances, Section 514, residential structures in the RA and RB zones, and Section 111, general prohibitions.
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Sven?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Yes.
I'm in favor. Martha?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. June 16th. Number 7, Town Manager's Report. Update from the Harbors Department, Recreation Department, Island Free Library, Finance Division, Administration, and the Broadband Project. Mary Ann?
Thank you. Hopefully we got all the departments in there. The Shad Balloon Race took place last weekend. There was 186 runners registered. Actual runners were 160. Cindy and Dave continue to prepare for the summer. They've hired 4 counselors and Keep Mohegan is full for all 9 weeks. Staff and camp sessions were planned based on per COVID restrictions. With the recent announcements by CDC and Governor McKee, camp program may be changing. 6 lifeguards have been hired. The Recreation Department is looking for 1 additional lifeguard. As has in recent summer, hiring for these positions continue to be challenging. Pickleball program continues at the Boyle O'Brien Park on Sunday. Little League has begun at Heinz Field with a total of 41 participants. Dave and Cindy will now turn their attention to the Fred Benson Town Beach Pavilion and stop preparations to open the building for the Memorial Day weekend. With the help of high staff, they'll be cleaning and painting the pavilion over the next several weeks and will open on weekends until around June 11th. Big Bear Marine has installed 6 new moorings in Old Harbor and will install others in New Harbor this week, as well as the dinghy dock. Kate is prepping the pump out boats. They should be launched by the end of this week. The patrol boat should be back by the end of next week. Staff will move to their seasonal office at the boat basin next week. Thus far, we have about 190 registered boaters for the race week, which begins on June 19th. In the coming weeks, drum roll please, I'll be working with staff to begin the reopening of Town Hall for the public effectively sometime in early June. Initially, we plan to open from 9 to 12 noon with limited access to restrooms. We'll continue to follow the guidance, and I had here first CDC and Governor McKee, but clearly that'll be based on the policy and the directive we just received from the council. Molly and I will be working on opening the vault under a separate agreement and how we think that would work the best. I have reached out to a couple of sound system vendors so the council can begin to return to meeting in the council chambers. I'm waiting to hear back. Once the council conducts a couple of in-person meetings, we'll explore the possibility of adding public participation to the meeting. As a reminder, the executive order requiring that we provide the public with the opportunity to participate in the public meeting virtually does not expire until June 10th. I am hearing that it will continue until June 30th. For your information, I've attached the link of 2 bills, House Bill 5891 and Senate Bill 804. Both these bills propose amending the open meetings requirement, assuring specific public meetings, and not all, almost certain ones, mainly town council, school committee, planning and zoning, continue to provide the public with the opportunity to participate virtually. This proposed legislation has been discussed extensively with DBR and the governor's office. Many town managers have requested that whatever statute or bill is passed, that it doesn't become effective until January 2022, mainly because municipalities, including New Shore, will need time to purchase the necessary equipment and train staff accordingly. Chief Mohan and I recently met with the Coast Guard staff regarding the Coast Guard property. We are all in agreement the property needs significant improvement. The Coast Guard reported that the docking space is currently inadequate for their needs, and at minimum, dredging of the area is necessary. The town requested time to complete the necessary permitting and steps and secure funding for the improvements to the living areas, quarters, and the docks. We suggested that the Coast Guard continue to respond to calls for service from their staff and equip Point Judith station as they did last year. The Coast Guard reported that the response time is about 20 minutes from Point Judith. The town and Coast Guard representatives maintain this is the best solution for this current summer season based on our discussion with the Coast Guard and the facilities that are out there. Further, the town would not object if the Coast Guard did not assign crew to stay on the island during June, July, August, and September, as they may not have the staff. In an emergency, the town is prepared, and the Coast Guard is also prepared to sleep or take residents in temporary housing at the motor pool building for the Coast Guard. 2 troopers from Rhode Island State Police will also be housed in this building, but they will have a separate room. One of the 2 bedrooms can temporarily house 4 Coast Guard officers using 2 bunk beds. Although all agree the accommodations are not ideal, it will allow the town to spend the upcoming year determining what's the best use for that property. On a separate note, Police Chief Monahan will be living in the former Coast Guard Chief's house. Minor cosmetic repairs are underway at that house. The house has been vacant for some time. We anticipate Chief Monahan will be moving in prior to the start of the summer. Finally, a few years ago, Rhode Island Interlocal Risk Management Trust trustees, the trust solicited proposal from vendors who provide employees assistance programs. The trust has partnered with All One Health to provide a robust employee assistance programs, also known as an EAP, to their members at an affordable price. Members would have a direct contractual relationship with All One Health, but would receive the economy of scales of pricing through the Trust Master Price Agreement with All One Health. Tiered pricing has been established based on the number of employee participants. The current cost is 90 cents per employee per month. The total cost of New Shoreham to provide this benefit to all employees who are eligible to receive health benefits will be slightly under $600. I would like to offer this EAP program to our employees as of July 1st. For your information, it's attached in the next item on the agenda. I attached the PowerPoint that outlines the benefits of the program. Also attached to my report is the financial report and the update for the broadband project. 2 items have come forward or come to my attention, or I would like to remind the council of one and then something of this afternoon. As Chief Monahan mentioned in the last meeting, as he outlined his plan for the upcoming summer, that we would like to pilot test closing Chapel Street from Water Street to Weldon's Way. Chief Monahan is working with the local businesses there and delivery trucks to ensure that it will not impact the local businesses. I will bring that forward to you at the next meeting as a formal vote to take it as a pilot program. And finally, I received a call from Fish and Wildlife. It appears the piping plover is back on Block Island. I guess the last time I was here, based on the staff from Fish and Wildlife, was in 2007. It appears they are nesting just north of the pavilion at the beach. Staff was on site today at the beach and they did rope off the area. It's north of the pavilions, just below the dunes. The area has been roped off. So if anyone approaches the council and mentions anything, that's why that area is roped off. They did put up some signage, and volunteers for here on Block Island will keep an eye on what's going on there. And that's all I have this evening.
Thank you, Mary. Much appreciated. Seems like everybody's been busy. Well, first of all, it's great that baseball's going on again. It's always the best part of springtime. Thank Dave and Cindy for getting that rolling. And everybody, you know, all of our staff that, you know, that you spoke about. Coast Guard Station, I'm just going through your report. That's a good solution, I guess, for Matt's housing. Thank God we have it.
Amazing.
And that's all good with the motor pool? That housing is all secured there?
Yes, like I said, we are doing some minor repairs to it. You know, putting some new doors up, flooring, sanding the floors, and bringing it back. So, yeah, we are all set there.
I'm wondering if we could get broadband. I know you're going to discuss the EAP to the employees on the next agenda item, so I'm going to hold off on that. But the broadband, I'm wondering if we could share that timeline that we have on Clerk Base on the bulletin board, just so I think it'll reach a lot of people who may have the questions about that update and timeline. I don't know if that, you know, I think Shirley maybe could post that, or I don't know if you can post that graphic up there, but is it up on the website, the town's website?
I don't think so. I think it's attached to my town manager's report.
All right, if we could get that out there, because I know a lot of people have had those questions that may or may not be in the meeting this evening. And it has been, you know, an important item. That's all I have to say. I thank you so much. It's much appreciated. Sven?
During the manager's report, it hit me, and I would love, if it's okay, to, I don't know how to do this, but I guess go back a little bit. Given that we don't have a mask ordinance, and yet from a policy point of view, we asked the manager to review that, or I like the endorse comment at the next meeting. I'm wondering if did you hear me at all?
Yeah, just the
Oh,
last.
somehow I got unmuted. Sorry about that. So what I'd like to do is, right now there's no mask ordinance, but for town hall, we wanted the town manager to come back to us at the next meeting for an endorsement. I think that'll take 2 weeks, and I don't want to have a 2-week odd period. I'm wondering, Andre, if you'd be okay if the town manager were to put a policy in place that we can review and endorse at the next meeting, but at least then there's a mask policy in town hall. Because otherwise there's a gap between the next meeting and when we just revoke the master ordinance. Does that make sense?
Marianne?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, basically, if the town manager were to put a policy in place, we can quote unquote review it and endorse it at the next meeting. We can have dialogue, and so in theory it could change, but at least there's something for the next period.
What basically has happened tonight, before we started this dialogue 30 seconds ago, you revoked the mask ordinance, then you asked me to come forward with a policy for your endorsement in 2 weeks. I have a 2-week window, there's no mask ordinance in place, and I have no policy. So people can come into town hall and staff would not have to wear a mask. And then 2 weeks from now, I'll be presenting a policy, then people will have to wear a mask in town hall and staff will have to wear masks. So I'd rather just have that in place going forward now and then bring it to you folks. Is everyone frozen?
I'm sorry. What, Sven? Martha, hold on.
I said, I'm okay with that if you are. I know you were nervous about it before.
Martha?
No, you said I'm fine with that. So
okay.
It makes sense. I wasn't thinking it through.
Okay. Marion, you got that?
I got it.
Thank you. Anybody else comments on the town manager's report?
Thank you.
Everything's in order with the general fund, you know, the finance report? It's just, yes. Everything's good there? All right. Then I appreciate your time that you put into this. Keith Stover, you got your hand up.
Just had a quick question about broadband that is not about the timeline, but rather about what I think is likely to be some very substantial federal dollars available for rural broadband. And it's one of the areas where we actually may have an opportunity, I think, to get some federal money that might reduce our costs. And I'm wondering whether there's a strategy for with Langevin or either of the U.S. senators, or sort of whether there's a interest in kind of working on that, because it seems to me that's one of those nothing ventured, nothing gained kind of things.
So Keith sent me an email this morning in that regard with USDA. We have a person that we work with that's been assigned to us, and we met with that individual maybe about 4 or 6 weeks ago. Myself, Jim Jeremiah, the finance director, people from water and sewer, mainly water. And I can go back and I'm losing my voice here. The pollen here is driving me crazy. I can go out and reach back out to that woman again and follow up with her to see if broadband is something that we can, is something that may be available to us. I'll be happy to do that.
The just sort of there's two things there. The USDA thing that I sent to you this morning, I thought was interesting because they have substantial grants available for composting infrastructure now, and I know that a number of you had raised, I think particularly Mark and Sven had raised the idea of our long-term strategy on the town's transfer station including a composting component. And I honestly don't know. I only know my compost pile down by our berry patch. I'm not a composting expert, but it seems to me that if there is some federal money available through the USDA, and we have some sense that, for example, we would like to do some planning or even have some sense of what equipment we would need, then it might be worthwhile to engage in that as well.
Thanks, Keith.
Yeah, hadn't Andre?
Go ahead, Martha.
Hadn't we? I may be confusing this with something else. Hadn't we had a significant inquiry through the finance department on funding for the broadband that did not? I can't remember the terminology for it. That we didn't make the cut. And it might be worth looking into what were the reasons and if there's a different way of approaching something.
So
you remember
we
what
did
about? I just wouldn't want to try to do the same thing over again without reviewing that.
So if I can jump in here, we did apply via USDA for broadband. That was back in December. We still have not heard anything as of yet.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
we're still waiting on that.
I thought there was
So we're
something
still
we hadn't. I may be confusing it with something else.
Yeah, there was another situation where the vendor was not eligible for the funding. It was soon after I started. I can't remember what the name of the vendor was. But we did apply for the broadband for the stuff.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Martha. Any other comments, questions on town manager's report? All right, seeing none from the public either. Number 8, announce enrollment in the Rhode Island Interlocal Risk Management Trust Employees Assistance Program.
So as I stated to the council in my town manager's report, the trust did offer, has teamed up with One Allstate Health with a master price agreement for an EAP program for all their members. When I was back in South Kingston, I did attend a seminar when they made the presentation. I was really pleased and impressed with what the company was doing. I was sitting next to another member, excuse me, that already had an EAP program, and he thought this was an excellent program. So I think since the cost is just below $600 per year for the town, just as strictly town employees, I did mention to the school that we would be doing that, that I would be moving forward with this as of June 1st. The PowerPoint that is presented to you folks this evening outlines the services they provided. This is completely confidential. There is no report back to the town regarding who contacts them. They offer not only for the employees, but also for all members of the household. So they have financial guidance. They offer life coaching, mental health related stuff, wills, caregiving for the elderly, caregiving for the young. So I really think it's an excellent program and well worth the fund, the $600 that'll cost us each month, $600 for the effort.
Marianne, thank you for taking that, bringing this to us and working on that. As I read through it, I mean, it does. I hope people use it, but it really does provide some really good benefits. Thank you for that.
Terrific.
Yeah. And that's just an update. We don't have to vote on any of that. Appreciate you doing that.
Yeah.
Anybody have any comments? Hearing none, seeing none from the public. Item number 9, update on the purchase of portion of Plat 19, Lot 3. I believe Martha put this on the agenda. There's a memo in the packet about it. Martha, do you want to? Martha?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry this isn't,
Martha, can
isn't
I please?
what, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I just want to interrupt you for 1 second. My screen is saying the recording is paused. Is that an issue? On the upper left?
Mine still says live
Mine says live.
on YouTube. That's what mine says.
Mine says paused on the cloud. Let me see if I can try to
I'm just wondering, I just know.
restart the cloud.
Restart the cloud. That sounds like a song.
Okay, we're recording. Okay, thank you, Molly.
You're
Martha,
welcome.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thanks for noticing.
Martha, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, well, the most important, well, a few important pieces of this. One, this is about, I'm sorry this wasn't, I sent this in as an email, and I guess we just pulled the text out of it. I think we need to really keep on our radar where we are with the appraisal on this piece of property. Marianne, do you have any update for us on that?
Yeah, I do. Charlene has reached out to a couple of different appraisal companies. They are getting back with pricing to us. We have also reached out to a couple that says they don't have the time right now and they're not interested. That could be indicative of what's going on in the market now with all the home sales and stuff like that. So we should have someone secured. Matter of fact, the one in particular that said they were going to be on the island within the next 2 weeks. So we should have a company secured hopefully by the end of this week. And I also have sent the information regarding the riparian rights to our town engineer, Jim Jeremiah. He has subcontractors that are part of his firm that have expertise in that area that he's working on getting the information so that they can work on that. He's reaching out to the folks that provided information through the process when they was purchasing the property with the town and the trust, the maps and stuff like that. I think one was Race Coastal Engineering and the other one was South Coast Survey. So Joe Priestley said it was fine to Jim to reach out directly to those two vendors and work with them to get the information that he needs.
Yeah, I know it's hard in Rhode Island getting anything. So many people are so connected to everyone and everything. Good, thank you for that. I had a couple of questions. These are the things that came up over the time, and I wasn't, as you all know, I wasn't involved in these discussions, but I was getting copied on all the letters that came in while this operation was still in, well, this conversation was still all in closed session, and we received a number of letters that all referenced the deal with the town and the land trust, and I don't know how, and they all came at the same time. So clearly there was, you don't get a flurry of letters at the same time. In my first rodeo, you don't get a flurry of letters on the same topic at the same time unless it's something that's precipitated it. I have no idea what, if anybody knows, if this came, where this came from, if it came from our side, if it came from their side. It didn't look very good. I had a real, I was terribly disappointed by the ad that was in the paper, and it just had misinformation in it. And I know it's not our ad, but there's just something wrong about any organization saying this is what the town is doing, not what the town wants to do, about, I don't care if it's conceptual, putting a building in the one place on the property where you don't need anything other than a plat map to know you can't put it, not putting the parking easements on it. I just felt like it wasn't being fairly represented. If we're going to be partners with people, if the town is going to be partners with organizations, there should be some sense of open, transparent, honest, give a fair representation to people. I don't think it would have changed things one way or the other, truthfully, but it just felt like this isn't something we've seen before. and it didn't feel good. And how do we not have this happen in the future? I think that was the speed with which this happened was something that people who I know who have always, and I'm one of them, and that probably is why they're talking to me, who have always supported conservation, said the main thing was this is so fast, and as we're seeing, it's not happening quickly, and it's going to be a while with the subdivision, as far as I can tell, and the appraisal is taking a long time right there. And is this something we should even look at? I don't think I put this in the memo, but should we even put things of this magnitude in a financial town meeting anymore? That's probably a topic for another time. But and I think I've got the wrong copy of what I got the wrong copy. I just realized this. The question that I had, which I think is what you have, we had a letter in the paper that was signed by 3 people in the town council, and I asked if that had been endorsed at a council meeting, and I was told not. And I think that's something we have to be very cautious of. We have since had a meeting with the Attorney General's office on open meeting rules and regulations. And I would hope everybody would be a little more careful and thoughtful about such things in the future.
Martha, does anybody have any comments on this topic? No? Okay. Well, Martha, I certainly, does anybody, I've heard the subdivision and it's going to take time and this and that. What is the timeline on that? Does anybody know? Marion's got her back to us. All right. Well, I agree. We should keep the public appraised of the process moving forward, and apprised of the public of the process moving forward. And yeah, that's that. Anybody else?
And I guess no one has any answers to why was there oversight, and I really stunned that 3 people would sign a letter to put in the paper when they're on the town council, and that's simply not what should be done.
Okay.
I have nothing else, and obviously no one has any comment to that. So here we are. Thank you very much.
I'd be happy to comment because I feel very comfortable with what I did. It was after a vote, so it wasn't a violation of the Open Meeting Act. I was actually the one who asked for the briefing on the Open Meeting Act. So, I certainly was paying close attention to that and have been very attentive to it. So I think we just have a fundamental difference of opinion on that. I feel very comfortable with the idea that I can voice my opinion, particularly after a vote occurs, with whomever I wish to voice my opinion with. As to the letters from Salt Pond Settlement, what I heard, which is just hearsay, from the seller side.
Martha, you good?
I have no difference of an opinion on what I said previously.
Well, I think we can, I get it. I just, we could all work to be better serve the public. And that's all I can say.
It's perception.
Yeah.
There's a difference between perception and innuendo. And if you're saying that we violated the Open Meetings Act, that's just it's fundamentally not true. It's not really a difference of opinion. You may not think it's a good idea for a member or members of the town council to sign on to a letter to the editor, but that's what you feel comfortable doing.
No, Keith, excuse me. You made a huge misstatement of what I said. you said for a member or members, and my whole point was 3 members, plural. It wasn't you individually. It was 3 members in concert.
That's what I was talking about with the Open Meetings Act. It occurred after a vote, Martha. After a public vote.
Ben?
Andre, yeah, I wanted to reiterate your comment. I think without getting into all of it, I think Martha's comment about speed and it did go very quickly. And you know, I did talk about that it was a piece being sold, but I think it was very, very fast. And I think in the future, as we look at these things for a large amount of money, we maybe should think about ways to make sure that there's more time and always more discussion. And I think we all want to make sure that everything is as transparent and open as possible. You know, unfortunately, a lot of this was in closed session. I think we even heard from Sean McGarry the other night that, hey, having more open dialogue is always good. And I think we should always strive for that. So I am in absolute support about speed and transparency and openness. And Martha and I have talked about this a couple of times, and I think this is a good, always a good reminder and a good point to think about how do we make sure we're inclusive and community as much as possible.
Thank you, Sven. 466-2113. You can unmute. Let us know who you are and what's on your mind. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Hello?
466-2113. We can hear you, but you're kind of low.
This is me. Are you here? Are you there?
We are, but we don't really have you very loud.
Okay, let me try another phone.
Okay, you're going to try another phone.
Hello? Hello?
Can you turn your microphone up?
I think it's a landline.
It is a landline.
No, I have a cell phone attached to a 466 number. 2113.
Yeah, I know what number. Hello?
We can barely hear you. Does the rest of the council barely hear?
I can barely hear him.
We'll give you a minute if you'd like to find another phone and call us back, or
Is he on his speakerphone or something?
466-2113. That number sounds familiar. How do we want to handle 466-2113?
Is there a way for us to call him?
I just Googled the number. It says the Lewis Farm Cottage.
Oh, maybe it's David Lewis.
That's what I'm wondering. He usually calls in on a cell, I thought.
In before?
Yeah.
David? I'll give him a few more. It's Keith Lewis. Keith, we don't have a connection with you. I don't know how to handle this. We'll give him a few more minutes, and if he can call
You
back.
want me to try and call him, Andre, and see if I can do his phone via my phone?
I guess.
I'll try. Can. Here we go. Or K, I'll try.
What do you got, Sven?
Nothing. Nobody's picking up now.
Okay, you know what? If
4662113 is just ringing through.
All right, if he can call back in, if the clerks get him, I'd be happy to hear from him. Even if we're on another topic, I think we can do that. Any more comments from anybody on the topic? Number 9? Hearing none. Number 10, discussion of transfer of development rights. Martha, you also put that on.
Yeah, I thought there was more to this. I thought in as well. All of mine was that if are we talking about transfer of development rights? I don't even have my agenda.
Yes,
we're
on number.
Okay. Well, first, it's I was very surprised when I just Googled state of Rhode Island, because gosh only knows what the state of Rhode Island's going to have. And they had surprisingly a 2015 study on this. It's 48 pages long, and I did not read it. But it seemed to be pretty comprehensive and to actually look into things, and rather than go back to square one or look at what other states are doing, I think we have to, focus on Rhode Island. But I think if we're going to ask the plan, I don't think we should have an open-ended ask the planning board to look into this. I think we have to have a more definitive, what do we want the net result of this to be, and how can this be done?
Mm-hmm.
Because having been through this before, and I remember the reaction previously, and hopefully hoping this is a signal that has changed, that we have to have something definitive. And I frankly, I was surprised mine was on a piece of paper in here. I thought we had more information on this.
So what you're suggesting is to actually have an agenda item where we direct the board.
Right.
For an opinion or a study or anything like that.
But not. It has to be very. I think it has to be very focused, because if it's not focused, it's just going to be all over the map, and it'll basically be the 48 page, or 58 pages. The state plus 10 pages, and I mean, do we want to look at this? Are we serious about this? And what are the possibilities?
Well, I'd certainly support that. I think that even during these discussions with the Overlook, it came up, and I was thinking about it last night. Well,
yeah, that's what I was thinking about last night too.
Yeah, because that would provide some options there with the discussion on the. Hold on a minute, Sven.
I believe it was also on the land trust agenda, if I remember right, like last week. So I know it's being discussed in other groups too.
Okay.
Well, we're the ones who had legislative authority. And,
absolutely. Absolutely.
I did not have the right draft of what I sent out the other day. And one of the things that I had the updated version of, and I apologize for that, I did send the updated version in on the previous item. And one of the things that I had again in that was there was a reference to transfer of development rights in that ad that, again, nobody in the town council had anything to do with. But if you're going to work with people, we just can't, somehow it's got to be communicated that you can't put things out there that don't represent reality. And it makes the town look bad when we say, oh no, that's not, that doesn't exist. and you're being told you can do something you can't do. That was I would say that was a focus back to something else, but that was just, I just remembered that. But do we need to put this on an agenda to have it better formulated? I mean, do people want to put in their ideas on it?
I think so.
I'd agree with that. I'm fine with that. Keith?
Let's put it in June.
You did ask, didn't you?
Yeah, this is Keith. I requested this, and
that's what I thought.
The single sentence on the agenda is the extent of my understanding of this issue. I'm really glad that I'm going to read that report that you talked about, because it just was raised in the discussion of Overlook, and I thought it had the potential to be an interesting tool to enhance our affordable housing efforts, or advance or enhance. And I have no idea what I'm talking about on it. I just thought it was intriguing. The few sentences that I learned, if you could use it as a tool for affordable housing. So I'd really like to flesh it out. I'm a total open book on it, and I think it's potentially interesting.
Put it on agenda.
Or clean slate or whatever.
Okay, so we'll get that. We'll put it on an agenda. Discuss and act on the possibility of transfer of development rights, and we should all read the report and come with some ideas. How's that sound?
Perfect.
Sven,
I'm sure lots of it would be irrelevant to us, but
yeah, Sven.
I have Keith on the phone. I can try and put him on speaker. Do you mind? Because he doesn't know how to get in from his cell phone.
Right. No, go ahead.
Let's see if this works. And Keith?
Yes.
Can you hear everybody now, Andre?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, we can hear Keith loud and clear.
You can?
Yep, everybody can hear you.
Okay. This is a short version of what I was going to say. So please bear with me, and thanks for the work you went to get this conversation going. I found Martha's accusations at the financial town meeting really offensive when she accused certain members and the three organizations of a dishonest partnership. I'm a believer in public-private partnerships. They're an efficient way to serve the common good. I've worked with those organizations for 50 years and have been observing them and rooting for them ever since, hoping they would act wisely and live up to their potential, and they have. I've worked with many of their members. They're good, honest, and capable people. When the Overlook came on the market, town was faced with a tough decision that had to be made quickly. Though we often complain that bureaucracies are slow and ponderous, I marveled how well this partnership functioned, how they were able to arrive at decisions internally and then made a collective decision. At some point, someone has to make a decision. If one has confidence in the individuals, then we should support them. Though I didn't like the price, and they probably didn't like it either, I have complete confidence in those who voted for the acquisition. And that was all I was going to say on that. On that issue of transfer of development rights, I always understood when I read about it, I always understood it as a possibility for some time in the future. I never understood it was going to be acted on immediately. It was just a possibility for the future. And I appreciate people thinking ahead. And thank you for listening to me. And thank you for the efforts that you went to help this conversation take place. Take care.
Thank you, Keith. Call us anytime.
Yeah.
I'm going to hang up.
Okay.
Sorry, Andre. Thank you.
No. It's fine.
Technology at its best.
So transfer development rights, are we through with that discussion?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm led to believe that 11 is being stricken from the agenda this evening? Didn't we have to put something, Kathy? Marion, you're
It's
muted.
going to June 16th, right?
Well, the first one, I think Brad wanted to move forward on, the request to establish the rates. There's actually 4 different components to 11.
Yes.
What are we not discussing tonight on number 11?
You're not discussing the second bullet. The second bullet, Kathy, is drafting language. And Kathy, if I'm not mistaken, we'll need a special town council meeting in order to vote to put the language on the June 16th for a public hearing. We'll probably schedule a special meeting. We'll be reaching out to you probably sometime Monday and Tuesday. It'll be all of about a 10-minute meeting, if that. But item number, the first bullet, establish the rates we can act on. You folks can act on, if you want, the establishment of a point-to-point, the review committee, or you can discuss that as to the makeup of that. And also the recommendation to grant a new license to Nancy Greenway. However, I think you received a letter in your packet that she would like to give that to the next person on the list, so you may not be able to act on that.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Hang on. I have that. Mark.
Okay, just for the record, I'm accused.
Yep, Mark's got his hand up. Mark's going to do the same thing, right? I assume you're doing the same thing.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is Brad here?
I am.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes, good.
Does anybody have any questions for Brad?
Is it worth for just the public to review those point-to-point rates, Brad? Maybe you could do that.
As we put forward to you, it was $5 for, I don't have it in front of me right now. Give me
$5 for adults, children under 8 free, island employees with the photo ID $3. The rates are for each boarding from and to any point en route.
And no, there will be no stops in between. So it's just specific point-to-point rate. And the only thing that we struck from that rate card was the addition of the dogs, because we felt that was a possible endangerment to the public.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Point-to-point rates. All right. So that's, I'm sorry. I'm just, anybody have any questions on this? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I will. Marianne, can you just remind me, $8 or?
Adults, $5, children under 8 free, island employee with the photo ID $3. And the rates are for each boarding from and to any points on the route.
Okay, Andra?
Yeah, go ahead.
I make a motion to support the Commission for Motor Vehicles for Hire point-to-point rate of $5 for adults,
Children
under 8 free, and employees $3 with an identity card as appropriately marked, and no pets. And this is for point-to-point rates, boarding to any other point on the circuit.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor? Sven?
Aye.
And Keith?
Yes.
I'm opposed to this. The town council has not had we never approved of this plan. We approved a concept, and now we're setting rates for a plan that we never approved. So that's why I'm voting against this.
I'm sorry, I'm not following that rationale. Would you?
We never voted on a plan. The last time we spoke about this, I believe you and Sven had met with the taxi commission and sent a memo to Mary Ann. We didn't vote on that plan that night.
I thought, or
Go ahead, Sven.
I thought we went over the routes. I thought when the maps were there and the routes for each point, the rates were actually then proposed. They included dogs at that time. Now we don't include dogs. Children under 8 are now free. So I think this is now setting rates, but I guess I thought there was a plan. Maybe my interpretation of the plan is different, but I thought, I guess I thought there was a plan.
There is one, but we didn't vote on it. I'm fine with it. You can, I'm just saying, like, that's just my thoughts. That's the reason I'm not voting for this.
Okay. Okay.
Request to amend is not on there. Motor Vehicle for Hire Commission request to establish a point-to-point taxi review committee. That is number 3. Brad, do you want to take that, or?
Well, we need your approval to put together a committee. We were asking that there be 1 town council member, 2 Motor Vehicle for Hire Commission members on there, a member from the public at large on there as well. And we wanted your thoughts on that before we try to put together a review committee and obviously get everything in place as well.
Thank you, Brad. Keith, Sven?
It's fine with me. I don't know.
Fine with me. I mean, if they want it, I think it's great. I think it's a new program. I'm sure there's going to have to be changes along the way, adjustments, and I think the more guidance, the more input, the better. You know, I'd even love to potentially see somebody in the law enforcement part of that committee, just because I think they're going to be on the roads and see congestion and all that. So, but I leave that up to the Motor Vehicles for Hire, and I think it's a good idea.
And it also would also obviously include a taxi license holder, and there was discussion of the chamber getting involved with it as well, as far as the commission goes.
I just think that the day-to-day is likely to be Mary Ann or her designee, and I think that ought to be, I think, I don't want to put too much on you, Mary Ann, but as a practical matter, the day-to-day concerns end up coming to you. I mean, we get anecdotal stuff, and you know, I'm sure one of us would be happy to serve, but I think there would be some value in you or Chief Moynihan or his designee, or you know, what have you. I haven't really thought this through at all.
I'm fine with that. And again, this is my first rodeo with the town of New Shoreham as relates to establishing a committee. I'm used to seeing with the establishment of a committee is a charge. So I'm not sure if there is a charge for this committee or an understanding as to what this committee is going to be doing. So I just put that out there. And again, this is from another life, so I'm not sure if it's different here in New Shoreham.
If I
Just
can build on
exactly
that,
what the charge is.
yeah, if I can build on that, Andre, I'm 100% with Mary Ann. I was going to bring that up too. I think, Brad, if you want, you know, and the Motor Vehicles for Hire has this idea of what's the objective, what's the scope. Mary Ann said, what's the charge? I mean, basically a little bit like, what's this really about? And then we can decide who the right people are to assign, specifically in the town hall representative or the town representative. But I do think that, you know, right now, the way it's written, we don't have any idea if it's about the color of the car or about, you know, whatever. So would that be possible, Brad?
I think it would be more than possible, because the purpose of the commission would be to see how efficiently the point-to-point is working, if it's doing what the town council has requested, in an effort to to reduce congestion and facilitate the movement of people.
Right.
I'm happy to work on a draft. We have this coming up in 2 weeks anyway, or whatever the time is, and I can we can work together on a charge and a makeup of the committee. It makes sense to have some ongoing review and frankly some early warning that things aren't going well, and so that we can fix those things.
I think that sounds great.
Great, thank you.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I don't know that we need one.
Can we just delay this conversation till
Yeah.
the 16th?
Yeah.
I would table this, yes.
Thank you, Brad. So the recommendation to grant a new taxi license to Nancy Greenaway has switched to, is it Dave or Ginger Milner?
It is now Dave. Ginger has decided in a correspondence with the town hall today, if my understanding is correct, to give it up to allow her husband to take advantage of it.
I will make a motion to grant a new taxi license to David Milner.
Second.
Second by Keith. Discussion. I just want to wish David Milner much luck in his new endeavor, in his retirement. I think he'd be a fine taxi driver. Motion is made and seconded by Keith. All those in favor, Sven?
Aye.
I'm
Yes.
carry nothing. Abstention of Mark Emanuel and Martha Ball being taxi drivers themselves. Next item on the agenda is receive and act on Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation contract.
So before you this evening is the Rhode Island Resource Recovery Contract. The tip-in fees have not changed in 2 years. So there is an increase this year, $47 a ton. There is an increase, I'm sorry. The tip-in fees will remain the same for the 2021 year. However, in the 2022 year, it will increase from $47 to $54. Just so the council knows, the original tip-in fees increase that they proposed was substantially higher than this. A lot of the municipalities requested a meeting with Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation and explained that in light of what was going on with the pandemic, we're just coming out of the pandemic, that was not something that the municipalities could afford. So they decided to freeze the tip-in fees for 1 more year for us, and then they'll go up on next fiscal year to $54. The agreement is attached. I am requesting that the council approve the agreement and the contract as presented.
Happy to do that if I can find my agenda, the wording. Hang on.
Can I ask a question before we make a motion?
Go ahead.
Marianne, do you have any, it wasn't clear to me the implications that it may derive to the island. And I just want to make sure if there was a number, like on a per pound basis, or if Sean had any implication. I mean, is this a 5-cent potential increase, or like what does this translate to? Do you know, Marianne? Because it wasn't clear to me.
With the percentage increase based on the tonnage?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
in
not
other
sure I
words,
follow
like,
your question.
well, so in other words, for somebody on Block Island, by the time it's passed through, what does it mean for quote unquote me? And I didn't know, I couldn't figure that out from any of the material.
So the first year, it stays the same, so the impact is 0. The next year, I haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
With that said, I can tell you, coming from the mainland and coming here, my transfer fees here is a lot less.
I'm sorry, you broke up. You broke up.
When we go and it's like $1 a week or $1.25 a week, when you multiply that by 52 weeks, $52, I was paying probably about $125 for a transfer station to go on the mainland. So from my perspective, I think we got a good deal here. And this is a 2-year contract. I would just like to remind the council of that.
Marianne?
Yes.
Andre, if I'm.
Go ahead.
when we went over to, from per bag to weight, and that was when these guys took over, which was a long time ago now, I have never paid for a bag of trash what I did when we were paying by the bag, and my bags are always full. I agree with you.
I agree.
Great. All right, so I think the motion would be fine to approve the Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation contract as presented by the town manager.
For 2 years.
Yeah.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Second?
Seconded by Sven. Mark?
And is there any point in this contract where we can mandate that the hazardous waste group comes over here every 2 weeks or so? Because a lot of people have been asking me, when are we going to take advantage of that again?
Marion?
That I'm not familiar with.
That's Charlene. Charlene.
Gary's on the phone.
Yeah, because I see the solid waste, I see the stuff up there, so I'm not familiar with when they come over, when they don't. I can look into that for the council.
I would appreciate that, and I know a lot of citizens would too.
Sean Gary, I see your hands up.
Yes, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
You bet.
All right. So every year I petition the Resource Recovery Corporation to do a collection here. They do, they have a contractor they hire and they do various collections around the state, and it's funded through their budget. They've cut that budget substantially to the extent that they haven't funded a collection here in probably 8 years now. The feedback I'm getting is that they're really not interested in sending another vehicle over here in the near future because of there's just not enough volume. So what they do is they ask people to bring the material to the resource recovery collection site that's going on that particular month in a different location. And but that doesn't mean that I won't continue to ask them to fund and to schedule a collection here on the island. And I do that continuously in conjunction with Charlene. And so, I mean, it's not a bad point to include that in your fine print on your contract that you would like something scheduled in the near future. I think that's a great idea.
You're not muted. Marion. Oh, okay.
I'll also reach out to the resource recovery folks and see if we can get someone out here. I would prefer not to hold up the contract with that at this point.
Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
And Sven?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
And I'm in favor also. Motion carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda, receive and act on the recommendation of a Board of Assessors regarding property tax abatements. We do these from time to time. We get them. Let me see the list here. Give me 1 second. Probably best if I use the digital version. Does anybody have any comments on these? Can I make a motion to include them all, just the name, or do I have to include? Do I have to do these singly and note the dollar amounts?
You can do one all-inclusive motion.
Okay, so I will make a motion that we approve the following abatements to the 2021 tax roll property for the year assessed December 31st, 2020. And that is to include account number the P040435, the Davis Family Corporation, with a new owner of Rizzi in the amount of $1,132.59, and account number P-162540, Peter Bates and Kelly Conway, in the amount of $3,455.77.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
Mary, sorry, I'm looking at pictures on my screen. Mark?
Aye.
And,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0. Receive an act, item number 14, receive an act on a request for the town waiver of right of first refusal for Salt Pond Settlement moderately priced unit in a discussion of fair market value. I saw this on the agenda and I had to ask is there one of these available, or are we just doing this? Explain to me, can someone, Marion, can you take the lead on this?
Sure. So what it is Dwayne Brown is requesting, because these particular units need to be owner restricted, meaning the owner has to live in the unit. He would like to add his father as co-owner, as he is the one that is currently occupying the unit. It's my understanding this is not one of the affordable housing units, so I have no problem with this as presented, and would entertain the council waiving the right of first refusal on this particular one.
So why do we have to waive the right of first refusal on this?
Probably because it's technically a transfer of ownership.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's correct. It's a transfer of ownership.
exactly.
Thank you for that clarification. And discussion of fair market value, is that pertinent to this meeting?
No, it's not.
So motion would be in order to, it's not to exercise. Kathy Morella, could you help me out with the motion on this? I'm not really sure.
It's just read it as it's on the agenda. It's receive and waive, that the motion is to waive the right of first refusal for the Salt Pond settlement as presented, as the unit as presented.
I will make a motion to
Apartment 6B.
waive the town's right of first refusal for unit 6B for Salt Pond Settlement moderately priced unit.
Second, if that's all that's needed in there. What about 6B?
6B, I said that.
Okay.
Motion been made and seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Sven, you in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion carries 5-0.
Sorry.
Next item on the agenda is award the bid for the athletic field maintenance to Fair Play Turf Services.
So, recommending that we award the bid to Services Inc. doing business as Fair Play. They're out of West Kingston. We went out to bid for this. We received 2 proposals. This is also a 2-year contract, and we're recommending awarding the bid to Services Inc. doing business as Fair Play.
I will make a motion for discussion to approve the bid as presented by the town manager for 2 years to award the contract to Services, including Inc., doing business as Fair Play for in the amount of $8,100.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mark.
Just a question, not to micromanage in any way, shape, or form, but what is this for?
Mainly Heinz Fields.
Following.
What do they do?
They do, it's the maintaining, fertilizing of the Heinz Fields. They provide topsoils and areas. There's fertilizing, there's aeration, there's a bunch of stuff that they're doing. I don't have the complete bid specification in front of me. It's performing all the maintenance of the Heinz Field.
Mark, you good?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Anybody else have any comments on the topic? Hearing none. Seeing none from the public. All those in favor of the motion, Martha,
Aye.
Ben,
Me.
Keith,
Yes.
and Mark.
Aye.
I'm in favor. The motion carries 5-0. Boards, committees, and commissions, number 16. I think this is just, we have this as an update on the computer, on the agendas every week. And I'll just announce that anyone interested in serving on the town council, appointing board, committee, or commission should notify the town council in writing at Post Office Box 220, and feel free to contact any town council member to learn more about open positions. Currently, there are openings on the following boards, committees, and commissions. The Commission on Motor Vehicles for Hire is looking for 1 3-year position. The individual must not hold a town taxi, bus, or limousine license. The Deer Task Force has a 1-year position. How are we, do we have any feedback? I think the last time we discussed this, it was putting Matt or Chief Moynihan or his designee on this, and there was something that needed to be answered there. Do we have, I think it was, if that was in following with the charter, if anybody can memories.
Yes, sure. I'll jump in here. Kathy, help me out if I'm incorrect or I misspeak. Based on going back and looking to when this particular organization, the Deer Task Force, was formed, that it could be the chief or his designee. So that is okay to have that. Am I correct, Kathy?
Yes, you are. That's, we had Molly research the original date, the original minutes creating the Deer Task Force.
Perfect. And I see Matt, I see Chief Moynihan's on in the list today. So I would make a motion to put him on that. I would do that instantly if he wasn't here, but seeing as though he is here, we'll give him an opportunity to speak to that if he'd like to.
No, like I said before, I'm fine with that being put on, or either myself or a designee is fine.
I think we'll word it that way so you can have flexibility there. Would that work?
Yes.
Much appreciated, Matt. All right, so I'll make a motion to put Chief Moynihan or his designee on the Deer Task Force for a 1-year position starting, I guess that would start at the June, is there a meeting June 1st, I believe? We don't need that info. We can just have it sent out to Matt.
Quick point of order, those terms expire December 31st. So it would be half a year at this point.
Thank you, Molly. He will be serving out a 1-year position. So Matt or his designee would need to be reappointed at the end of December or in December when we do these appointments.
That's correct.
Perfect. Thanks for the clarification. Motion is made. As a second?
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Mark?
Nay, and I'll tell you why, because until we prioritize in the mission statement eradication over and above all, I will not vote in favor of any Deer Task Force.
Okay. Keith?
I'm a yes.
And Sven?
I'm a yes.
Martha?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries 4-1. Motion will carry. Thank you, Matt. Oh, we're still on that. Zoning Board has 1-year alternate position. The Broadband Committee has a 1-year position. Is that really a 1-year position, or does Sam Bird want to stay? I think did we have a letter about that at one point, or were we awaiting a letter on that, or?
I don't think that one's been determined.
Okay. Sewer District, 1 5-year position, 2 alternates. Water District Commission, 1 5-year position, 2 alternates. Police Advisory Commission, 5 positions with staggered terms for 1 to 5 years. We have gotten some applications for that. How long do we want to leave that open for, the application period?
Those can be appointed at your first meeting in June.
Those can be appointed at our first meeting in June. Okay.
That's right. You can appoint water and sewer right now if you want.
Do we have any applicants?
You don't actually need any applicants because the sitting members would like to be reappointed. They're going to be Lars Trodson as second alternate, Peter McNerney as a full member, and Arg.
Okay. You want to wait till June 1st?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's wait till June 1st. That'd be perfect because I'm trying to write down as you're speaking. So let's just wait on that. Let me see. Got so many screens open. Give me 1 second. And zoning, sewer, water, and discuss an act on the appointment of a CRNC local representative. Obviously, we don't have that, so Sven is still on the hook with that. Next item on the agenda, we have correspondence, a letter from Janet Coit.
Andre?
Okay.
Before we get off boards and committees,
Yep.
we have someone who wants to come forward and be on HDC. Can we put that on our next agenda, please?
Yeah. All right, next item on the agenda is correspondence. We have correspondence in the packet from a letter of Janet Coit from DEM regarding the deer hunting, the deer dates and ammunition type. Letter of Susan Sosnowski in support of ESS ER2 funding for the Block Island School, and the letter of Congressman Jim Langevin in support of ESSR2 funding also for the Block Island School. Does anybody have any comments on that? I think that was just, we'll just accept that as correspondence. Are we prepared to talk to, has everybody read the minutes and are you prepared to vote on them? Because I have to admit that I'm not.
I'd love to delay one meeting.
I knew it.
Just to help you out, Andre.
You can see your face. I know. I want to tell Molly, I want to appreciate you providing with all of these minutes, but it's our fault this time. I just didn't have a chance to go through them and focus on them all because there's a lot of them in there that really require some thought. And I really didn't get a chance to dive into it. I'll admit that.
Thanks for your attention to the detail.
No, I really appreciate you having them for us this evening. And I apologize for not being able to act on them. Unless there's 3 other counselors that have them and might want to. So can we put them till the next meeting?
My pleasure.
Absolutely.
I'm prepared, but I'll wait.
Oh, yeah, you said that. Sure.
That was harsh.
Overachiever.
Go team.
Next item on the agenda is to receive an act on Champions Realty Associates versus Paul Lamont, consolidated with the town of New versus Coastal Resources, State of Rhode Island. This item will be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A2 for discussions pertaining to litigation. Is there a reason to go? I'm going to try and, if there's a reason to go, we need to go into litigation on this, Marianne?
Closed session?
Yes, we do.
Already in litigation. I'll make a motion on the whole lot. Item number, hang on a second.
20, 21, 22, 23.
Yep, I'm just going to read them. 21, receive and act on a report from the town solicitor regarding Finnemore and Fisher Incorporated et al. Versus Town of New Shoreham et al. WC 2021-0063. This item may be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2 for sessions pertaining to litigation. We need to go into litigation on that item.
Closed session, not litigation.
Yes.
Yes. Solicitors update, Town of New Shoreham versus Filippi et al. WC SC 2004-0115, quote, Old Harbor Triangle dispute. This discussion may be held in executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation. Need to go into executive session?
Yes.
Okay, property negotiations number 23. This discussion may be held in executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246585. Any discussions considered related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes or of the disposition of publicly held property wherein advanced public information will be detrimental to the interest of the public and Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A7, a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. Public funds shall include any investment plan or matter related thereto, including but not limited to state lottery plans for new promotions. Again, closed session.
Yes.
I am going to make a motion that we go into closed session on items 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. And if there's anything to discuss on any of those items, disclosure will be made when we come out of that closed session.
Second, but I would also love to see if there's any way that the top lines could be given about them.
Is there any information that can be given? A motion been made and seconded. The discussion, is there any way anything can be discussed on any item on 20 through 23 before we go into closed session?
I can tell you that on 22, that we have a hearing date from the Superior Court for the second prong of the motion for partial summary judgment of July 14th.
And that's partial, all right, summary judgment. Thank you very much for that. Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
And Martha?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes, sir.
I'm in favor. Motion will carry to go into closed session by a vote of 5-0 on items 20 through 23. And if we have anything to discuss, to announce, we will do so when we come back. Thank you all. Hope to see you on the other side. Sven. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for waiting. I'd like to report that no votes were taken in the closed session. And there's really nothing we can discuss about the closed session items that we just discussed. I'd like to make a motion to seal the minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Martha?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Keith?
Yep.
And Sven?
Hey.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries 5-0 to seal the closed session minutes. I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor, Sven?
Hey.
Mark?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
And who did I miss? Keith?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and I'm in favor, of course. And Marion, are you in favor? Motion carries. Everybody have a great night.
Thank
So
you
long,
all.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Late for that.